Since we now have a quorum, we'll go ahead and get started here shortly. All right, I'd like to call the subcommittee meeting together, to order. We, of the 6 members, we have 4 present. And I'd ask, would one of you guys want to take notes? Is there a volunteer or other I can appoint?
Happy to do that.
You got that, Megan?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, Representative Murray will take notes. So to start the meeting, I just wanted to sort of review our charter as a subcommittee. Last session, a substantial amount of discussion and review of several different bills associated with the rules around siting waste facilities. And one of the determinations out of the Environmental Agriculture Committee was that we would form a subcommittee to monitor the progress of that rule making activity. And so this is the first meeting that we've held on this. And I just, the first question I've got really for the committee is, I believe we should have follow-up meetings periodically. Is that, does that make sense to everyone?
I think so.
And what, how often do you think would make sense? Just as a start point, we can adjust as we go, but just monthly, bi-monthly?
You know, I'd really, if it's okay, I'd like to sort of get a sense of the overall scope of what we're looking at here today when we talk with the members from DES, and maybe can we come to that conclusion? Would you be open to coming to that conclusion?
Yeah, that's,
Sort of as we go?
yeah, that's fine. I
Okay.
just trying to set the parameters up front of what we're talking about. So, I think to start off with, if we could have, and I'm sorry, ma'am, it's Sarah, would you, start off and Leah, Sarah and Leah. If you guys could start off with a review of what you've been working on. I know you've been working on it since the spring,
Absolutely.
and it would be helpful if you could give us a rundown.
We'd be happy to. I'm Sarah Uhas Kern, or you can call me Sarah Kern, and I'm the Assistant Director of the Waste Management Division at DES. This is Leah McKenna. Leah is the Administrator of the Solid Waste Management Bureau. Director Wimsat asked me to extend his apologies that he was not able to make it today, but Leah and I are glad to be here to talk with you. I thought it would help to begin with providing a brief recap of the path that we took to get where we are right now, having just last week sent out a draft of proposed amendments to ENV SW 800 for informal public input. Recognizing the complexity of the ENV SW 800 rules, which pertain to landfill permitting and landfill siting, and recognizing the interest in them, ahead of the formal rulemaking process, we held an informal listening session last March to hear input from the public about potential amendments to the section of the solid waste rules. Because there were several bills in the legislature pertaining to landfill siting, at that time, we did not include landfill siting in that March public input session. But then after we saw that the bills did not pass, we held a listening session in July to focus on the siting section of the landfill rules. We reviewed the comments that we received in those March and July sessions, and we incorporated as much as we could into a proposal to amend the landfill permitting rules, ENV SW 800. Still recognizing a lot of concern about this set of rules, what we did was we released last week the draft proposal of the rules for public comment, informal public comment, before we begin the formal rulemaking process, which is laid out in the Administrative Procedures Act. So those rules were sent out last week, and the public input phase ends on November 7th. At that time, we will review all the comments we received, make changes to the rules as appropriate, and file our initial proposal with OLS. Then we anticipate having a public hearing on the rules as part of the formal rulemaking process in the early springtime, and filing the final proposal with OLS in May. That would be in advance of the expiration date for the rules at the end of June of 2024. I know this group received the draft proposal, but we thought it would be helpful for Leah to provide the highlights of that proposal. So, Leah?
Good morning. Again, for the record, Leah McKenna, and I am the administrator of the Solid Waste Management Bureau at DES. So we thought for purposes of discussion, we might want to bring your attention to about a dozen, kind of run through soup to nuts in 800, some of the highlights of some of the proposed changes that we wanted to make, and then of course entertain any questions you might have, and we'll do our very best to answer, or if not be able to get to an answer in short order. Okay, so within 800, what you're going to see are sections that deal with siting requirements for landfills, design requirements, operating requirements, and closure requirements, all surrounding landfills. Let's start with 804, which are the siting requirements. So within the siting requirements, we have protection standards for groundwater and surface water. There are setback requirements, and there are other general siting limitations. So in 80402B, we are proposing adding stormwater and decomposition gas infrastructure to the requirements that landfills and infrastructure be located only in areas where groundwater monitoring and remediation can be conducted prior to a release having an impact on water supplies. Further, we have added that this monitoring and remediation can be conducted prior to having an impact on groundwater quality at the property line. This increases groundwater protections by ensuring all infrastructure is included in siting considerations, and requires that groundwater quality not be impacted as it migrates off-site, which increases the protection of water resources on abutting properties. Overall, this provision will ensure that there is sufficient time to get in front of a potential contamination issue before it negatively impacts groundwater quality at a property line or has a negative impact on a water body. Moving on to the section for surface water protection standards, we wanted to bring to your attention 80403C. So this contains a new requirement that a landfill be located in such a manner that failures of the waste containment system or infrastructure can be detected, assessed, and a remediation initiated prior to contamination reaching any perennial water body. So same as before, the intent of this is to ensure that there is sufficient time to get in front of a potential contamination issue before it negatively impacts a water body. 80403D, that 200-foot setback that we currently have. DES is looking to revise that setback to 500 feet. I'm sure questions will come, so we'll try to answer. I'm going to try to answer it ahead of time. What we've done in order to reach that number for that one part of setback and siting is we've reviewed what many of the states in the region have in their existing rules, and what we've found that is 500 feet is actually more protective than the regulatory practices in the Northeast, and we can share those numbers with you for what other states have after we finish, if you'd like. So again, what this rule would say now is the footprint of a landfill shall not be located within 500 feet of any perennial surface water body measured from the closest bank of a stream and closest shore of a lake as applicable. So that's moving from 200 feet to 500 feet. Also in that section is 80403G. What we're looking to do is revise the 100-year flood hazard zone to the 500-year floodplain to ensure protection against severe floods across time. What we also found is that we currently don't have a definition of hazard zone in our rules, so let's use floodplain, which is actually a defined term in the solid waste regulations. On to setback requirements, and that's in 80404A. We're proposing increasing the setback of a landfill footprint to a property line and requiring a minimum vegetated buffer. This is going to ensure adequate space in the setback for landfill operations while also ensuring a vegetation buffer to screen the visuals and assist in mitigating noise and litter from traveling off-site.
Can you just, pardon me,
Yeah.
was that 80405A?
80404A.
4A, thank you.
Sure. We're proposing to add a new requirement under 80404C. So right now, there already exists a 500-foot vegetative buffer between the footprint of a landfill and residences. What this would do is add the same requirement for a vegetated buffer between the landfill footprint and residential care facilities, nursing homes, and prisons beyond just residences to provide a vegetated buffer between the landfill footprint and places where people reside for an extended period of time besides the residence. 80404D. We're looking to add a requirement that landfills be set back 1,000 feet, of which 500 feet nearest the property line are vegetated, between the landfill and places where vulnerable populations like daycares and hospitals are regularly present on a daily or a near daily basis. So that reads, there shall be a minimum of 1,000 foot setback, of which the 500 feet nearest the property line shall be vegetated for properties containing public schools, licensed daycare facilities, and hospitals. Now I'd like to move on to section 805 within the chapter 800, and that's design requirements.
Pardon,
Sure.
I just want to, because we're going through a lot. Did you say that that also included schools?
Public schools.
Public schools.
Yes. So design requirements, they outline requirements for the design of landfill liners and liner systems, leachate collection and removal systems, stormwater management systems, and the design of landfill caps, along with other general design requirements within 805. So let's start with the leachate collection and removal system design standards. We're going to talk about 805060. We're looking to add requirements for a backup high water alarm and alarms to auto dialers, and that would alert facility personnel we're looking to add those to the requirements for pump stations located outside the landfill footprint. In 80506P, these are both related, we're adding a requirement that automatic dialers, which will alert facility personnel, we're looking to add the requirement that auto dialers to tanks, sumps, and other leachate storage units with high water alarms. So what we've seen recently is an increase in leachate releases, and we believe that to be partially due to some insufficient or inoperable alarm and notification systems within at the landfill. Most landfills are already equipped with these systems. So what this is going to do is promote consistency among all of the landfills and bring these facilities in line with the normal standards of practice. We've also added provisions regarding maintenance of auxiliary or backup equipment in 806. In the stormwater management system design standards, we wanted to bring to your attention the requirement for systems to be designed for a 50-year storm event as opposed to existing 25-year storm event. This is basically, planning for the potential. Once a landfill cap is constructed, unless it fails, the system will not be upgraded to accommodate the increasing number and frequency of severe weather events that we've seen. Increasing from the existing 25-year storm event to a 50-year storm event also aligns with existing design standards that are set by our alteration of terrain program within their regulations. The alteration of terrain program doesn't use a 25-year storm event in their rules at all. So 50 would put us in line with other existing regulations for storm events. And then I believe the last item in 805 we wanted to bring to your attention is one specifically relating to municipal solid waste, we call MSW, landfill design standards. And that's 80512A. We propose adding a requirement that the bottommost liner of the landfill, we call that the secondary liner. So in a landfill be a composite liner. And then within this rule, we refer to another citation which specifies what a composite liner shall consist of. For your awareness, landfill permittees right now are proactively using composite liners in portions or all of their liner systems without the regulatory requirement. And in many states in the area, at least one composite liner is required. So the language would read, existing languages, landfills receiving municipal solid waste shall be designed as double-lined facilities pursuant to 80505, new language, and the bottommost liner shall be a composite liner pursuant to next rule. And the next rule outlines what a composite liner shall consist of, which is a geomembrane liner and a soil component. Next, under Part 806, the operating requirements. Those outline the specifics for operations of a landfill, such as waste placement, when cover material should be placed on an area of a landfill where waste is actively being placed, management of leachate, management of decomposition gases, as well as inspections, maintenance, and monitoring of an active landfill. Under the inspections, maintenance, monitoring, and reporting requirements, we are adding a section in 80608 D6. So we're adding that liquid in the primary leachate collection system also be tested in July for a suite of wastewater parameters, including PFAS. So this is the leachate that is produced from direct contact with the waste within the primary liner system. So the water that filters directly through the waste gets collected at that first liner touching the waste. And this is to ensure that should a wastewater treatment receiving facility be unexpectedly This is to ensure that should a wastewater treatment receiving facility be unexpectedly unable to take the liquid, that a commonly accepted suite of recently conducted analytical characterization testing is available so that the permittee can quickly seek a new wastewater treatment facility. Under our rules, landfills are required to have at least 2 receiving facilities available, but we acknowledge that volumes, storm events, and other disruptions may require quickly seeking another facility. This is going to ensure that facilities are prepared to flex with the available wastewater disposal capacity. So we're adding analytical characteristics based on representative samples taken from the primary leachate collection system. And it's a list of 10, which I believe are commonly accepted. It's called the 10-state standard.
I just want to make sure, so is this analytical data provided upon request or at time of transfer, wastewater is received by somebody, or where is that?
So the receiving facility would have to be prepared to take any leachate that had these compounds. So this is just to ensure that there's complete transparency between we'd like to ship you our leachate, here's what it contains, to make sure that they're able to receive that. Mm-hmm. In 80608 G3, we propose adding a requirement for annual odor control reports to be filed. Right now, the way we regulate that is generally through terms and conditions of individual permits, but we're looking to standardize that requirement. So we're looking to add an annual odor control report so that all landfills are taking a critical look at their operations and striving towards continual improvement. And this would also make our department aware of efforts being undertaken and what options might be available. So creating a standard of practice. Some do it, some don't. We'd like to standardize that. And then under the general operating, other operating standards section, 80609E, we are adding a requirement that a permittee post to its publicly available website a contact method or information for the public to use to submit questions and issues related to that facility. And this is generally to assist in communication when there are issues. You know, some issues like odors are temporal and need to be responded to quickly. And only if the landfill is notified timely by that, by the person with the complaint, only if they're notified can the operator respond to and attempt to troubleshoot the issue. Moving on to 807, Part 807, which are the closure requirements. These detail landfill closure and post-closure requirements, including post-closure use. And post-closure use is a brand new section, and that's what we wanted to bring your attention to this morning. Just to set this up, previous to this proposed language for post-closure use, any permittee could seek approval for any activity at the landfill, and our department really had no guardrails on or minimum standards on what we could approve or not approve. There was actually just one sentence in the rules, and we've struck that. That sentence existed in 807050, and that language said, "The permittee shall obtain department approval via the permit modification procedures provided in the rule for any post-closure activity at the site not specifically approved by the facilities permit." So it really left things very general. And what we're trying to do by adding the new section 80706 is to detail provisions for when approval of a post-closure use is required. We'd like to require some minimum standards on the post-closure use, how to seek post-closure use approval, post-closure use construction requirements, and what occurs when a post-closure use ends. This is going to assist in encouraging reuse of land while also remaining protective of the environment. Sure.
I'm aware that any facility that goes in perpetuity monitored, so I'm assuming that would continue.
Absolutely, yes. One of the items that when we first proposed this idea, I believe it must have been in the July public input session. I think the term we were looking at the time was to prohibit permanent structures on top of a landfill. And what we heard very loud and clear was, but wait, solar arrays could be considered a permanent. So we revised the language, and what you see before you, we changed from permanent structure to prohibiting residential and commercial buildings on top of a landfill. How do you feel? We're okay. Oh,
That's a lot of work,
Yeah.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question's, I'm curious about a setback. The setback from bodies of water has been changed from 200 feet to 500 feet.
Sure.
And I'm not sure why that number, we had heard a lot of testimony about leachate time through distance, and I thought that was on the right track to make each site specific instead of just an arbitrary number. I'm just curious about that.
So, oh, no, why don't you?
Okay, thank you for your question. Of course, the setback is just one of many criteria that the landfill need to meet. And maybe a very important criteria to look at the same time as the 500-foot setback from surface water is the new requirement that any spills be able to be remediated from groundwater before they get off of the property. We focus on protecting the groundwater at landfills, and if we protect the groundwater and then we find that we don't see impacts to surface water. New Hampshire's landfills don't show a history of impacting surface water even with our existing rules. So taking that in context, when we establish a number like 500-foot setback to surface water in our rules, we look at many factors in order to come up with the number. It includes what is protective of the environment and human health, what is practicable, what other New Hampshire rules establish as similar protective standards and what other states establish as protective standards. So, as Leah mentioned, the 500-foot is the median minimum setback of other states in our region. So, it's what has been accepted as protective or even more protective than what many states have in the area. And also, if you look at the floor that we're suggesting for the formation permeability beneath the landfill, you look at the typical groundwater gradient, typical porosity, what you find is that 500 feet gives you about 3 years of travel time to the surface water body. So this is what we're proposing in this draft proposal as the 500-foot setback.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I have lots of thoughts. So I don't know if are you finished presenting in total? Okay, so I didn't want to interrupt. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the other things that I was thinking about was going back to the auto dialers and the alarms, and I think it was 80506. Is there a list of entities that should be, I'm assuming this is an auto dialer to municipalities or the facility, like where is that auto dialer alarm going?
So it would be, we normally deal with folks that have SCADA. So this would be alerting facilities real time of any sort of issue. So it would go to the facility operator owner of that facility.
Does it also then go anywhere else, potentially to a municipality or any other entity that might have some jurisdiction over the issue?
We could take a look at being a little more prescriptive of that. At this point, it's not that prescriptive in the proposed rule.
Okay.
And I would just add that elsewhere in the rule, there are requirements established for when there is an event at a facility, they need to contact this list of entities, which would include local authorities and the state.
So they may not be notified real time, but the operators have the requirement to follow up.
Yeah, for a follow-up?
No, I think, do you want to? I'm good with
You're
this one.
good.
I was
You
just
said
gonna-
you had a boat ton.
Yeah, I do
and
have a whole ton of questions.
I was measuring boat
and-
ton as one.
No. My other question then, I guess, was about the geocomposite liners. So geo obviously means earth or earth and so. Is there a limitation on what type of organic materials can be used, or is that well defined?
Give me a minute to check to see what our current rules say. We have a section 80504 that specifies composite liners. I just want to make sure that I'm giving you the full context here. Right, so what I mentioned during my Fast and Furious was 80504C, where composite liner shall consist of a geomembrane liner and a soil component. But what I failed to mention is 80504B goes a little bit more in depth. This is existing rule. 80504B specifies that geomembrane liners shall meet or exceed the following specifications. So the liner material shall have a minimum thickness of 60 mil. Liner material shall be chemically compatible with anticipated waste and leachate characteristics. And seaming methods which involve the use of solvents shall incorporate quality assurance, quality control procedures to assure protection of groundwater and surface water resources. And then again, C, composite liners shall consist of a soil component as specified by A, which is a geomembrane liner, or a manufactured geosynthetic clay liner, which is a abbreviated by GCO. And that would have to have a hydraulic conductivity of not less than 5 times 10 to the negative 9 centimeters per second.
And if I can.
Please.
I think if I remember correctly, we were considering language before ours, which would have been to the negative fifth power. So how did you, when we were talking about other types of legislation before us, so I'm just curious of the change or the scope. I mean, I think we also talked about it relative to distance to travel. So I guess, where did that come from?
Yes, so 5 times 10 to the negative ninth would be more protective than
Yeah.
10 to the negative fifth.
Yeah.
And we can talk with our engineers about that and get back to you about that, because I don't have that information here right now today.
Okay.
Do you have a question?
So right now, the public comment is from when it came out, the draft was 20 days.
Could be 2021. Yep, 20 days.
So, and after that point, then all of this whole discussion with the public is cut off.
What we've done so far is 3 informal sessions, 2 public input listening sessions, and then an actual deliverance of a draft, which is what we sent last week. We don't enter formal rulemaking until we file an initial proposal, and we anticipate doing that in January to February. Then we start the actual real formal rulemaking process. And baked into that is a formal public hearing, which will, don't hold me to this, but we'll probably hold sometime around February. And that in and of itself comes with public input and a formal public comment period as well.
So would it be helpful within this draft to take so much of the legislation? I've only gone through about 5 pages of this. I focused on a lot of the bold factors that you have in there, but there's a ton of stuff missing, and especially about hydrogeological conditions and places where a landfill just won't happen, and that's some stuff that's truly missing. Also, there's nothing that's talked about in that closure area in regards with landfills that, so for example, a landfill is closed in what period of time before and what distance where another landfill, like if they put in a permit. So for example, you have a landfill that's been closed and no one else could propose another landfill in the area for whatever said date, time, distance. That really should be in there because, that's quite protective as well. So you have a landfill that's shut down, that's being monitored, and somebody wants to literally propose a landfill 3 or 4 miles down the road from one that just closed. So that's an incessant burden on a location. So I just don't understand why there's none of these specifics that are in there. So would that be helpful that you guys get a whole kind of laundry list of some of the things that we feel like are missing, site-specific stuff and all of that?
We would welcome from the committee your a briefing on your thoughts similar to those. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's the exact reason why ahead of formal rulemaking, we've tried to take another step to give everyone ample opportunity to provide comment.
To that regard, would it be helpful for the subcommittee to provide some specific questions? And then at the next session, you guys could provide feedback to those questions? Is that,
That's always going to be helpful from our standpoint to be able to help us help you, help us help you.
okay? And Representative Pizenza, if you could take the lead on that and providing them a list, I know. That's what I figured. I wasn't too worried about that question.
And is that,
Okay,
Mr. Chair, if I can ask, is that something we can all contribute to?
Absolutely.
via,
Of
course,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
absolutely.
And then we can sort of have a deadline for when we'd like to have those back to the ES for our next meeting.
Yeah, I guess I would I would think if it works with everyone, 2 weeks to get whatever questions we got to Representative Potenza. And then, schedule a next session to review that and any other updates for, first week in December, maybe? Does that make sense?
Sure.
Is there anyone else, that has
I-
comment?
I have another question.
Yeah,
if that's okay.
absolutely, please.
Before we, yeah, sorry. One of the other questions that I sort of had, or I'm just thinking sort of about here, is around your odor control report. And if I'm looking at the notes correctly, this might be something new or more enumerated than it has been in the past. So one of the things that I was curious about was whether or not within that odor control report, you talk about, categorizing or cataloging the data around what actual odors there might be or other types of concerns there might be, but are you also listing the products or items used to control those odors so that individuals who may have questions later as enumerated in 80609E might have access to that? Like, or those other odor control methods rather? Like, I know sometimes there are odorizers and other types of things used.
Thank you for the question. I'm not quite sure that I follow. I'm going to sloppily attempt to answer, and I'm sure it's not the answer that you're looking for. I think the only thing I glommed onto was whether or not it was publicly available. All of these reports would be provided, would be on our website and viewable by the public. I know that wasn't your question, but I took the opportunity to answer it anyway.
Yeah, let me try and rephrase it. I guess the methods that are used to control the odors, if there are chemicals applied, what are they? If
Oh,
there are
okay,
things
understood.
used, to what degree do those, like, a materials sort of report within that odor control report?
So let me take that back to our engineers. I think we were still on the fledgling idea of creating this report, and some of you may have sat on some other recent committees where we've talked about incorporating forms into rule. And so what we would expect to do is create a form that would be required to be filled out, and we would add items just like that. If you're going to add an odorizer, what does that contain? We could absolutely look at that, making that a requirement.
Thank you. That's more
Okay,
of where I
thank
was
you.
going. Thank you.
Okay, ladies, no further questions from the subcommittee? Okay, thank you so much for your hard work.
Thank you
And,
very
Thank you.
and we look forward to working with you, over the next several months. And we'll, schedule the next meeting sometime in December, early December.
Thank you.
I notice, a lot of folks here interested in this topic. Is there anyone else that has input that's, germane to our review of the DES rulemaking process? Anyone else? Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for coming and giving your report this morning. Very informative. And one of the questions, though, that I would direct to you is I'm interested to know, for the rules in total, are there specific rules within your list of rules there that are statutorily required? What I mean by that is, are there rules there that were specifically mandated to you, DES, to have been included in your rules? And I'd be interested to know which ones of those they are. And I'd also be interested to know the rules that you are now making changes to what extent have they been impacted by any kind of new technological information that you've acquired? I know you mentioned before that, like with the change to the 200-foot setback, that you've changed it to 500 feet, that you did that as a median with respect to what other states surrounding us or others, I don't know which particular states, have had different setback numbers. I don't, I wouldn't think, or I hope that none of these numerical changes that are being made are done arbitrarily, but that there is some technological reason why those changes are being made. And I'd like to have a little bit more clarification on that particular aspect of those numerical changes. And I hope I didn't take that over, but those were some questions that came to mind that I believe the subcommittee would be interested in knowing.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure.
And Representative Murray, please.
Thank you. And it is for the department, so I apologize for, I just wanted to make sure that I was clear. On your website, you do have a whole administrative rules sort of generator that has the ability to pull things out by category. One of them is solid waste. And in there are sections that enumerate rules as adopted / or certified, and then proposed. So my question to you is, what are the nuanced differences between adopted and certified, and can you give us a working definition so that we can move forward using that same definition?
I can give you a working definition.
Thanks.
Adopted means that they have gone through the entire formal rulemaking process. Certified is they are certified by OLS. So we receive the final camera-ready version, which is called the certified rule, and we receive that from OLS. And that just depends on, sometimes we get them fairly quickly. It just depends on OLS's workload. Sometimes it may take 6 months until the department receives a true certified copy. But for all intents and purposes, the adopted rule is the rule. It's the rule that we follow. Usually, the certified rule, they might find an errant comma. It's never anything that's substantive.
Thank you very much.
And while you're there, any response to Representative Aaron's question, or do you want to get into the details of that at the next session?
I think it would behoove everyone if we had the opportunity to come back and we could really fully flesh out those questions. They're very, very, very good questions.
Okay, and a follow-up to that is, and Representative Davis mentioned clarification on site-specific requirements, especially analysis of the movement of groundwater and the rate of movement, and how that pertains to the rulemaking process. And I'm sure that Representative Potenza will have that question in her form too.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything else? Any other alibis? Representative Davis, Potenza?
One question.
Yes, ma'am.
So there's been, and I'm sure you guys have heard it, there's been a lot of constituents. I'm in Rochester. We have turnkey landfill there. There's a huge odor problem that has been taking place, of course, because of the amount of rain. And constituents are feeling as if their voices aren't heard. So some of these rule changes will help with that, I assume. But where is the monitoring aspect of what's going on? Is that a piece? I mean, I saw some of that in bold, that are some changes in the rules, but it seems as if the complaints are kind of falling on deaf ears. And of course, I'm only one person in Rochester to hear them. So
Let me make a deal with you. Why don't, when next time we come, we can be prepared to sort of outline from soup to nuts in every part of our rules, how complaints are investigated, how we receive them, and how sort of our process to walk through that, if that would be helpful. Because there's different parts and different rules that deal with odor complaints or nuisance complaints, and they're not just in the landfill siting rules. We have overall rules, overarching rules in the 1000 and 1100s that speak a bit to that. So I'll make a note of that and we can come prepared to discuss that topic in totality.
Any alibis? All right. Okay, if there are no further questions, then I will schedule a meeting for first week in December. And we'll get back and get into some more details and see how the progress is going. Again, thank you so much for your hard work and for coming under the rapid gunfire here today. And look forward to seeing everyone in December. Meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Environment and Agriculture. I'd like to start our session this afternoon off with Pledge of Allegiance led by Representative Creighton.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Just one announcement I'd like to make before we get underway with our exec session this afternoon, and that is we were told this morning in our chairs and vice chairs meeting that for folks who are having drinks or coffee or anything, any food or whatever, please make sure you clean up and dispose of your bottles and cans and whatever in the trash prior to leaving the room, and let's help our maintenance staff, so of one person, I understand, keep our building clean. So thank you for that. All right, I will open up the exec session on HB 37, which is establishing a committee to study best practices for companion animal groomers. And I would like to put forth a motion of ITL on that bill. And do I hear a second on that? Representative Morse, thank you. And I will speak to that motion of ITL, establishing a committee to study best practices for companion animal groomers. The committee is feeling that we don't need this study, as we have put together a consumer's guide to animal groomers, which we will at some point put up on the state website somewhere, either on the Department of Agriculture website or the New Hampshire Consumer Safety website, or there's also a Humane Treatment of Animals website. So there was a feeling that this particular committee to study was not necessary. Do we have any questions or comments about that motion? Seeing none, I would like the clerk to call the roll on ITL for this bill.
Representative Creighton.
Aye.
Representative Comtois. Yes. Representative Verville.
Aye.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Brouillard.
Aye.
Representative Coulon. Representative Kenny. Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart. Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Savakis is not here. Representative Dutsy.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Howard. Representative Nab.
Aye.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Voigt.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
19-0, it passes. Do we want to put it on consent?
I'm fine with putting it on consent. Any objections? On consent. Thank you very much. Let me close the exec on HB 37 and open the exec on HB 122 relative to micro enterprise home kitchen operations. And do I hear a motion? Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion to ITL.
Do I hear a second?
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
Thank you, Representative Nab. Representative Comtois, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last week, I brought forth an amendment. It was later deemed a non-germane. The bill as written is not ready for prime time. The amendment would have fixed that problem, but it needs a public hearing. So at this moment, ITL is the only way to go.
Thank you. Do we have any other further discussion on this bill? Seeing none, I would direct the clerk to call the roll.
Representative Creighton.
Aye.
Representative Comtois. Yes. Representative Verville.
Aye.
Representative Davis. Representative Brouillard.
Aye.
Representative Coulon? Representative Kenny? Representative Potenza?
Yes.
Representative Smart? Representative Bixby?
Yes.
Representative Dutsey? Representative Murray?
Yes.
Representative Germana?
Yes.
Representative Haskins?
Aye.
Representative Howard? Representative Nab?
Aye.
Representative Morse?
Yes.
Representative Voigt?
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
19-0. Should we put it on the consent?
I'm fine with putting it on consent. Anybody else? Nope. Thank you. On consent. I will close out HB 122 and move to open HB 326, prohibiting the use of second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides. Do I hear a motion?
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
I move ITL on HB 326 FN.
Do I hear a second?
I second.
Representative Creighton seconds. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Bixby?
Yes. So we got a report from the Board of Pesticides Control Subcommittee that was studying this, and that report indicated that the federal government was likely to be putting forward final rules in the near future to cover this, to deal with this issue, and they had essentially a summary of those rules. And what the feds were proposing is more thorough than anything we could come up with for a bill, and more targeted. It makes sense to let the federal government bring that forward. It should be, latest word is those should be coming out in December or January. If the federal government does not come up with something by the end of the spring, we can go to our pesticide control board and request that they do something at the state level. They have that authority without our legislation, and we can work with it at that point. But I'm hoping that the feds will have put forward their regulations by then, and we won't, and that will help cover the whole country with it. So we don't need to do it at this level.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I direct the clerk to call the roll on this vote for ITL.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Creighton?
Aye.
Representative Comtois? Yes. Representative Verville?
Aye.
Representative Davis? Yes. Representative Brouillard?
Aye.
Representative Coulon? Representative Kenny? Representative Potenza?
Yes.
Representative Smart? Representative Bixby?
Yes.
Representative Dutsey? Representative Murray?
Yes.
Representative Germana?
Yes.
Representative Haskins?
Aye.
Representative Howard? Representative Nab?
Aye.
Representative Morse?
Yes.
Representative Voigt?
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
19-0. Shall it go on consent?
I think it should go on consent. Any other objections to that? All right, thank you very much. Let me close out HB 326 and open up exec for HB 369, establishing a task force to provide energy relief on farms. Do I hear a motion?
Yes, I would like to, I'd like to move to adopt amendment 2023-2355H to HB 369.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Representative Murray seconds. Representative Bixby, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, so in our discussion last week about this bill, there were a couple of questions raised. One was whether the appropriation that is in the bill, which is for fiscal year 2025, would, whether the fact that that is just a one-year appropriation, whether that would create a problem in terms of whether this program would continue on. And I talked with OLS, and they said unless there is language in the bill that specifically says that it will end after that appropriation, then it's the department's responsibility to continue the program going by making any necessary appropriations in the following year's budget. So that, and he said that the bill as drafted was, or the amendment as drafted was entirely appropriate for that. The second thing that came up in our discussions last week was the the question of what counts as a farm, and what I had used in the amendment that I brought in last week was a reference to Schedule F for federal taxes, and it was noted by both Rob Johnson from the Farm Bureau and by Mr. Wilmer from the from Co-op Extension that that could inadvertently exclude some people, and Mr. Wilmer from Extension gave me some language that Extension uses for their farm mental health program that they have found is very good in terms of determining whether a farm is a farm in the business for it as opposed to a hobby farm. So I amended, this amendment uses the language that I got from Mr. Wilmer with some minor adjustments in order to make the grammar work out correctly for a bill, but that's that the language on what counts as a farm is essentially drawn from that existing program under Co-op Extension. The amendment as a whole basically takes what was initially proposed as a task force, which would have gotten a number of high-level people into a room to talk about how we could have better support for energy infrastructure on farms, into a program to actually do that. What this does is it creates a program within the Department of Agriculture that says that there should be an education program available for farmers that focuses on farm energy systems and farm engineering, infrastructure engineering, and provides advising for that. So it is housed in the Department of Agriculture. The Department of Agriculture will contract with Cooperative Extension using a memorandum of understanding to get this work done. And it is, and it would be one extension field specialist who would be performing that work. And this is basically the same model that the Division of Lands and Forests uses for county foresters. The requirement for the county forest education is, or for foresting education is set in Lands and Division of Lands and Forests statutes, and it says that the division will use a memorandum of understanding with Extension to have that forestry work done. And so it's basically the department contracting with Extension. So if anybody has any questions about how that works, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative Bixby, for the amendment. I do have concerns about the criteria for a farm, and I think it excludes a huge population of beginning farmers or people that are trying to farm and a crop isn't ready for 3 to 4 years, such as a vineyard, because the three criteria here do not include those farms because one, it's not contributing to their living costs at the moment. It's maybe their principal occupation, but they're not deriving any income from it. And usually they have a secondary source of income until it's up and running. And until that's up and running, they're not going to, they're supplementing their income. And I think that we're doing a disservice to the other farmers in New Hampshire by excluding them.
Anyone else? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Comtois, for your thoughts. I also think that anytime we can provide additional resources for farms related to energy relief, given all of the instances in which we are seeing sort of changes in our environment, are vitally important to the availability of supporting and diversifying our food and farming initiatives. So for that reason, I am in support of HB 369 and the amendment that is before us.
Representative Dotsie.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I hear what Representative Comtois is saying. However, I really feel that this is a first good step that is going to assist a number of the established farms in New Hampshire. So I would hope that we would pass this amendment and this legislation. And if in the future we feel that there should be some modifications, I think we can do that. But in the meantime, I think a lot of farms are going to find a benefit from a program that can get up and running pretty quickly.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a question for Representative Bixby. The amendment defines farm as says farm means a farming operation as defined in RSA 2134A. And as I look at 2134A, it would seem to include the enterprises that Representative Comtois is referring to. The word farm means any land, buildings, or structures on which or in which agriculture and farming operations or activity are carried out or conducted. So doesn't 2134A, which is cited in the amendment, cover and I agree with Representative Comtois that they should be covered, but my question is, does that RSA cover those enterprises that Representative Comtois was asking about?
Representative Bixby, that was directed to you.
Yes, so I think that Representative Comtois does have a point in that there might be some farms that are excluded. However, I'd like to also point out that we are the first body that is considering this piece of legislation, and I don't in general like saying let the Senate fix it. However, one of the things that I think might be helpful is that the former chair of this committee is on the Senate body that will be hearing this, and he is maybe even better versed in. I probably should have consulted with him about this language before I went through it, but he is better versed in what should be here than perhaps I am. And if it requires amending at the Senate, when it gets to the Senate, I'm sure that will happen. I think that in order to get this this program up and running faster, it makes more sense to pass it now than to wait another couple of years until it has it makes more in order to get the language perfect. So the language may not be perfect now, but in order to get this out there so that farmers can start using it, I think we should pass it now.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the intent of this amendment of creating this position that for farmers to reach out to for help would not necessarily be one that someone who is in the position that Representative Comtois has mentioned. I think that if you are in the early stages of farming, you have a day job so that you can farm, on the side and see if your farm survives. You're not ready to take on an array of solar panels or whatever.
Representative Verville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with the ranking member. We shouldn't send bills that are flawed off to the Senate in hopes that they correct it. So I agree with them 100% there. My challenge with this bill is that it grows the size of government. It spends money that we know is tight for, and I see the faces, but hear me out, for duplicative efforts. There are so many groups and organizations that are consulting and providing assistance, both technical and financial, for alternative energy schemes for this, that, and the other thing. And I don't know any of them that discriminates against farms. That would be, say, just for an office building or for maybe a strip mall or whatever the business may be. But yet this bill we're going to target to just farmers. So for me, because it's duplicative, because there are already so many programs like this, I don't feel that this is a good use of taxpayer money. And for that reason, I'm a no. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Anyone else? Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so we heard from Mr. Wilmer from Cooperative Extension last week that one of the advantages in having Cooperative Extension do this sort of work is that they don't have money involved in it. So if you go to a solar panel firm and say, I want some advice on how to improve my energy infrastructure on the farm, they may direct you just towards solar panels. And I don't remember the exact example that Mr. Wilmer gave, but he gave an example of one farm that he'd worked with where they had gotten advice from a professional in the field, and that advice actually didn't make sense because it didn't take into account the holistic function of the farm. So maybe what the farm needs isn't solar panels. Maybe it is something that will, a battery bank that will create buffering against demand charges, and that the solar panels wouldn't make the most sense at that point. Or maybe it is installing, a reverse osmosis system, something that the solar panel firm wouldn't necessarily know about. What this position is someone who will know enough about farm technology, including appropriate energy technology, to help advise the farm specifically on their needs for making a holistic program, technical upgrade to the farm, as opposed to the piecemeal advice that you might get from another source. So this is not duplicative. It is, in fact, something that is very appropriately targeted for our farming community.
Thank you. Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I wanted to also, Representative Bixby beat me to the punch a little bit, but with due respect to my colleague at the end of the table here, Representative Verville said this isn't duplicative. What the testimony that we heard was that it actually would allow the agency to expand the kinds of services they already provide. The testimony made it clear that this was really valuable information, help that our farmers need. We're doing it now. This would allow us to expand those services and extend the benefit to more farmers. So it's not duplicative. It expands on something that we're already doing.
Representative Howard.
In fact, in the question and answer with Mr. Wellner, I asked him if it was a necessary redundancy and an expansion of expertise, and he said that that there would be an expectation that they would be helping with things that are already in existence, but there would be an expansion of expertise. And I'm pretty sure that the services are offered without charge from the extension.
Representative Verville.
So to paraphrase what I heard, these things are already being offered. We're just trying to expand the program. If the extension wants to expand the program, then I would say in another year when we begin the state budgeting process, they should put in for an expanded program at that time and not do this outside of the budgeting process. This is expanding stuff that we're already doing. They could do that. They could certainly do that without us. So with that, I would say no. This is not a bill I can support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else? Representative Germana.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just add that we talked about that already. And some folks on the committee brought up the fact that different counties may be willing to contribute more to the extension to try to expand these services. But as we talked about, that is a separate kind of process. It involves decisions that are made at the county level that we can't know or depend on. So the question about how through the extension services this could be done, as you said, we had that discussion, and the official who spoke with us at our last hearing made it clear that this was a way to provide those services now, and that in the future there is the possibility for expansion on the part of extension, but that this committee can do something now without waiting for that to happen. So I just want to reiterate that was part of the discussion. I would remind our committee that we had about this bill last time.
Representative Verville?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what I would say is if the bill was more expansive and not so targeted, so that the group that's reaping benefit from this, I mean, if this is really that needed, it can't be just that needed on farms. There have to be other businesses, there have to be other aspects of our communities that could benefit from such consultation from state government. And when we narrowly focus it down into farms, for me, it becomes less palatable. If it was a more universal program open to more people, I would be more receptive to it. But at this point, it's too tightly narrow.
Representative Creighton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be clear, we're voting, the motion on the table is OTP on the amendment.
Yes, on the amendment.
Okay, so everyone's talking about the bill. So if we vote on the amendment and it passes, then we'll go to OTPA.
Yes, sir.
And that's based on the amendment. If we vote on the amendment and it fails, then the next vote is on the initial bill
Right.
without the amendment.
Correct.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that was what we're voting on.
Okay. Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding the amendment and to your point, Representative, I just want to make sure that I understand what you are talking about in your desire to expand the potential pool or applicant pool of types of entities that might use such a service. I think we talked about that at length during our last committee hearing, and we really, at least from what I was understanding in the general vibe of our conversation, was that we felt like farms really do need to have an additional avenue and a sort of a source to, in addition to programs like REAP, have other resources available to them to be able to look at other alternative energy options. So I just wanted to make sure that we're clear there.
Thank you. I think in the interest of time, I'd want to call a vote, have the clerk call the roll on this amendment, and proceed with that.
Madam Chair, the motion is to adopt the amendment. Representative Creighton?
Aye.
Representative Comtois? No. Representative Verville?
Nay.
Representative Davis? Representative Brouillard?
No.
Representative Coulon? Representative Kenny? Representative Potenza?
No.
Representative Smart? Representative Bixby?
Yes.
Representative Dutsey?
Yes.
Representative Murray?
Yes, on the amendment.
Representative Jamana?
Yes.
Representative Haskins?
Aye.
Representative Howard?
Yes.
Representative Nab?
Yes.
Representative Morse?
Yes.
Representative Voigt?
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
eleven to 8, the amendment is adopted.
Okay, do I hear motion for OTPA on HB 369?
I move OTPA on amendment as amended with amendment 2335H on HB 369.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Representative Murray. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Bixby?
I think we have discussed it, and so I think let's just go straight to a vote.
Okay. I would call for discussion on this, but I think we have discussed it. So, because the amendment does replace the bill, so I asked the clerk to call the roll on that
Thank you.
OTPA.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Creighton.
Nay.
Representative Comtois. No. Representative Verville.
Nay.
Representative Davis. Representative Brouillard.
No.
Representative Coulon. Representative Kenny. Representative Potenza.
No.
Representative Smart. Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Dutsey.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Jamana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Nab.
Aye.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Voigt.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Ten to nine, motion passes.
Okay, I close the exec on HB 369, and I open the exec on HB 493, eliminating the state meat inspection program. Do I hear? Oh, I'm sorry on that. So for HB 369, Representative Bixby, you will be writing the majority report. And who would like to write the minority report on that? Representative Verville, go for it. Okay. HB 493, eliminating the meat inspection program. Do I hear a motion on that?
Yes. I will.
Representative Bixby,
I move ITL.
do I hear a second?
Madam Chair,
Re-
I'd like to second that.
Representative Comtois seconds. Representative Bixby, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, so I brought this bill in as a request of the department, and there is also at the same a Senate bill this term that is looking at the question of availability of slaughter facilities and for both amenable and non-amenable animals, and it seemed like it was inappropriate to decide to get rid of these statutes before we had had that study committee looking at this issue.
Okay, any discussion on this? Seeing none, I'd like the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you,
please.
Madam Chair. Representative Creighton.
Yay.
Representative Comtois. Yes. Representative Verville.
Yay.
Representative Davis. Yes. Representative Brouillard.
Yes.
Representative Coulon. Representative Kenny. Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart. Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Dutsey. Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Jamana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Nab.
Aye.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Voigt.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
19-0. On consent?
I would like to put it on consent without objection. Okay, thank you. And I will close out the exec on HB 493 and open the exec on HB 602 relative to landfill siting. Do I hear a motion? Representative Potenza.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to amend with 2023-2333H on HB 602.
Do I hear a second? Representative Haskins seconds. Representative Potenza, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
So HB 602 is replaced with in a sense, a preliminary application process. So most other states have a two-step process, some even a three-step process for new landfill applications, wherein the developer only needs to submit a preliminary application. So by requiring an initial application, early identification of unsuitable sites can be identified and eliminated from consideration without prejudice early. This helps avoid investing time and resources in a site that will ultimately be deemed unsuitable for a landfill, saving both the applicant and agency valuable resources. And if DES wishes, it can signal to the developer and the public that by approving a preliminary application, the presumption is that the entire application will likely be approved with or without modifications. Overall, a two-step process for new landfill applications helps ensure a more robust and comprehensive proposal evaluation, leading to better decision-making, reduced environmental and public health risks, and increased public trust in the landfill approval process. It is also intended to promote sustainability and compliance with environmental regulations.
Thank you for that. Do we have any discussion on this? Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to say that we think our amendment clarifies some of the language. We also think that it gives DES the kind of direction that we believe they're looking for. So we see this as a positive step to both protect the environment and also allow industry the chance to submit in a two-step process their permit application and get a ruling on that before we go further. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any comments? Representative Howard.
I have one question. Representative Potenza, you mentioned that the presumption that it would pass would be the result of the passage of the first part. The second part would be passed. Is that true? Or is that in the bill? I didn't see that. No.
No, so basically it's for the industry. So if an industry gets their pre-application approved, most likely that is positive for them, on the advice of DES, of course, that it was probably going to move forward with or without modifications. So it's also signaling to, the applicant that, things look good on a preliminary fashion. But that's not in the bill.
Anyone else? Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to briefly reiterate my point I made in our last meeting in support of the bill, which is that in numerous meetings with DES, what they repeatedly ask us for is a balance between direction and flexibility. And I think this does exactly that. So we're giving them direction in terms of having this preliminary process, but we are not dictating any content. We are not dictating any criteria. We're not telling them how to do their jobs. We're simply setting up a preliminary stage that will save both DES and the companies who are applying time and money.
Anyone else? Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so there's some question about whether the current rules process that DES is already going through, whether this bill might create some sort of a conflict with that. And in fact, I think that this is actually a complementary bill because for the full permit process, DES needs to put together those rules in any case. And once they have the rules for the full permit process established, they will know better what would count as a highly problematic situation versus something that could be corrected by a permit modification or an application modification, and they can use that knowledge of what would be an unsurmountable problem in order to come up with their list of what would count as a prohibitive condition for that pre-permit process. And so I think that this bill actually works nicely in conjunction with their current rules updating process.
Thank you. Representative Verville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm a no on this, and the reason I'm a no on this is I find it hard to believe that a company that's going to try to site a landfill is not going to do their homework early and often to try to dot every I and cross every T before proceeding forward. It seems to me that a corporation wouldn't take a two-phase approach where they take a very broad 40,000 foot view of it. Gee whiz, this looks like it'll fit. Let's propose it, and then we can dig down into the details later as long as they green light it. That's not really how business evaluates risk on investment. So I find it hard to believe that any company would propose siting a landfill somewhere where they honestly believe that they did not stand a very good chance of meeting all the permitting requirements so that they can get their project approved. In fact, one of the biggest fears of any investment is that you miss a detail that comes in at the 11th hour and burns the house down, right? Because it happens. There are unfortunate oversights when people are assessing risk and making plans to go forward. There's always the unforeseen, and sometimes those unforeseen things cause failure in the project. And so for that reason, I don't think that this bill is necessary. It's my opinion that the state has a process for this, and that this isn't required. And with all due respect for that reason, I'm a no. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Creighton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just say that I think the intent of this bill is to prevent that gotcha at the last minute that says, how did we miss this? I think that's the intent of the bill, is to prevent what you just said it does.
Madam Chair, I certainly agree with the representative that that's the intent of the bill, but I don't believe that it's necessarily going to deliver on that hope. And for that reason, I'm
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to remind my colleagues on the committee that as we discussed in our last session, this is not at all uncommon. Quite the opposite. It is quite common for states actually to have a two-stage permitting process for exactly these reasons, and it works. So it is not, as I said, it's far from unheard of in the business, and businesses who work, as they do here in New Hampshire, in other states, are entirely familiar with staged permitting processes.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, building on what my colleague, Representative Germana just said, this is a short application. This initial permit application is a short application just to get rid of any disqualifying criteria that would be unsuitable for a landfill. And that indeed is what other states do as well. Thank you.
Representative Verville.
But Madam Chair, if that was correct, then why would a second phase be required? If the first phase is to ensure that everything checks out to proceed with a project, then why do you need the second phase? Well, that's the way I interpret your remarks, and if I misunderstood, I apologize.
Representative Haskins.
A short application is a short application, so of course it doesn't go through all the criteria. We are giving DES a lot of latitude here. We're not putting stringent requirements on them. We're just saying in this initial short application, the first permit application, are there disqualifying criteria that they could go back to the applicant with, and they'd still have time to adjust if adjustment were feasible. And this is the kind of process that we think our state deserves, just like other states have.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To that point, there are many circumstances in which preliminary application phases do exist for other types of things, and I think the members, Representative Haskins is exactly correct. Sometimes an entity will come back and say, hey, we need you to address these things or enumerate this a little bit more. And in addition to just, so I think there are two ways in which something like this could be used for remedying an error or an oversight, or then also where there's a grave concern of some other nature.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So DES is writing the rules right now. Okay? And if this was so important, this preliminary process, why is it only in effect until July 1st, 2025?
Representative Potenza.
So this isn't in effect until July 1, 2025. It's basically saying that if DES needs more time now, we're giving them to have the rules completed until July 21, 2025. Right now, the rules are supposed to be done in July of 2024. That's the line on the back. That's what that's speaking to, not about this preliminary process. Can I speak on something else?
Sure.
We all know that in a perfect world that corporations, industry are always working on the, the best interests of people. But just in New Hampshire alone, and this isn't even talking about landfill, we all know what happened with St. Gobain that is now like poisoned an entire region of the state. We know that there's many times that there's profits over people. And so for, just in Representative Burville's, just in responding to that, we can't be naive to that. So having a preliminary, and if someone's going to try to, push something through that is right on the cusp of not being a real proper location for a landfill, then, it's a good thing. It's just putting another layer in to protect, everybody that's involved. So I think that we can't be naive to the fact that not everybody is always looking out for the best interest of the citizens of New Hampshire.
Thank you. Representative Verville.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I apologize. I think I missed something of rather weighty importance. So the effective date of the bill is 2025. The rules are supposed to be completed in 2024. So if this bill passes and becomes law, will that potentially kick the can down the road on the deadline for the new rules?
Representative Potenza.
It doesn't kick the can down the road. It's basically saying that if this goes into effect and that they have more time if they need them for the rules. That's it. That's giving them more time if DES needs more time. It extends the deadline for them.
Madam Chair?
Representative Verville.
So I appreciate the answer, but it sounds to me like the short answer is yes, that if this becomes law, instead of having to have the new rules in place next year, it potentially adds another year for new rules. And that's, for me, that's another reason to be a no. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I'm looking at on the amendment on page 2, line 2, it says or until the readopted rules are effective. So I think that there is the opportunity for them to just continue along as they are now.
Thank you. All right, in the interest of time, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll on the amendment, adoption of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Creighton.
Yay.
Representative Comtois. No. Representative Verville.
No.
Representative Davis. Representative Brouillard.
No.
Representative Coulon. Representative Kenny. Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart. Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Dutsey. Yes. Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Yay.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Nab.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Voigt.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
"13 to 6, the motion is adopted. The amendment is adopted.
Okay. I'd like to hear a motion now for OTPA.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt OTPA for House Bill 602.
Do I hear a second?
I'd like to
Represent-
second that. Madam
Representative Haskins seconds. Thank you. Do we want to have any further? No. Representative Potenza, would you like to speak to your motion at all?
I think we're good at this point. We can vote.
Okay. Any other question or comment before we call the roll on this OTPA? Seeing none, I direct the clerk to call the roll on OTPA for HB 602.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Creighton.
Yay.
Representative Comtois. No. Representative Verville.
No.
Representative Davis. Representative Brouillard.
No.
Representative Coulon. Representative Kenny. Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Smart. Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Dutsey. Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Nab.
Aye.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Voigt.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
13-6, motion passes.
Okay. We will have, I guess, Representative Potenza write the majority report on this. And who would like to write the minority report on this? Representative Verval, you will write the minority report. Okay. I'm going to close out the exec on HB 602. And I would like to have everybody who's writing majority or minority reports, please make sure you get them to me sometime today. Ideally, if you need till tomorrow, that's fine too, but as soon as you can, I would like to have that. You can send it to me electronically. Our clerk also has the committee reports papers so that you can fill them out. This is to Representative Potenza. There you go. And I want to thank everybody for their attention, their work on all of these bills. We had a lot of good discussion for the both the work sessions and today, and I appreciate very much all of your input and your insight. And I guess that does it for us for this year.
Madam Chair, just a quick question, if I may.
Sure, Representative Haskins?
So in order to go on the consent calendar, does a bill have to be,
You have to have unanimous support,
okay,
or I believe it's either one, you can have one person against, but
okay.
Yeah, so,
could be
Uh,
18-2 also.
yeah,
for me.
so if there are one or two people voting against it, it can still go on consent if those people who voted against it say, yes, put it on consent.
I see. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
am I also doing the minority report on 369? Because if so, I need that
Yes.
form as well. please.
yes, sir. You are
Thank you.
doing the minority reports on HB 369 and HB 602.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Majority reports, I got Compo on 122, Aaron on 37, Bixby on 326, Bixby on 369, Bixby on 493, and Potenza on 602.
Okay.
Peter, you got? Yep. Got it.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see you all Thursday, I guess, during House session. And then as I understand, these retained bills must be out by the 17th of November. We've completed the work on ours. They will go to the House floor sometime in January. And then after that, those that pass the House will go on to the Senate for consideration. So that's how that's all going to work. Thank you all very much. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you.
Yeah.